Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is presented by Bell Tire. Well, this afternoon at the ballpark, Mother Nature is a little bit cranky. It is cool, it is rainy, the tarp is on the field, and we will have a delay to the start of today's ball game. The Toronto Blue Jays are in town. We hope for Game 2 in this three-game series against the Detroit Tigers. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to Comerica Park. Welcome to Tigers baseball. Mario and Pemba, Rod Allen, waiting on a short rain delay. We hope, as we mentioned, the tarp is on the field. A little bit chilly today, but we're hoping to have baseball as the Tigers and the Jays go at it here in Game 2. Rod, big day yesterday for the Tigers. They pound out 15 hits. However, today, Mark Burley will be on the hill for the Blue Jays, and, well, the Tigers know all about him.
Well, he has spent his entire Major League career on the south side of Chicago before last year when he migrated down to Miami to perform for them for 1 year. But when he was in the American League, his overall body of work was really, really good against the Tigers. You see the ERA at 3.36, 24 quality starts. Also very good against the American League Central, and he is a bulldog. He goes out there and he gives whichever team he's pitching for at least 200 innings per year. He picks off runners. He wins Gold Gloves. He does a lot of things right, but they told me that his velocity was a little bit down 5 days ago when he went up against the Cleveland Indians. He walked a batter, he hit 2, and just was not very good.
Well, the 200 innings is big because the Blue Jays did not have anybody on their staff last year that threw 200 innings. Now, Burley is facing the Tigers today. He has faced them a lot, obviously, in his days with the White Sox, but this is a bit of a Tigers lineup that has gone through some changes since he last saw them.
Oh, there's no debate about that. First and foremost, he had a chance to watch Austin Jackson a couple of years ago when Jackson really struggled. But Jackson got back to form last year, hit over 300 for the very first time in his career. Torrey Hunter is a new addition to this Tigers team, and Prince Fielder, Burley hasn't seen him in a Tigers uniform either. So when you start talking about Jackson and Hunter and Miggy and Prince, totally different lineup that Mark Burley will be going up here against today that he has seen in the past. And don't forget, Victor Martinez is batting fifth today.
Yes, he is. He's back in the lineup, but the guy that we all keep our eyes on is Miguel Cabrera. 4 hits in the ball game yesterday.
He is the most amazing right-handed batter that I've ever seen in my professional 35 years. He drives the ball the opposite way with a lot of authority. He is so smart. He looks for whatever pitch he wants to when he goes up there. He makes sure he gets that pitch, and when he does get that pitch, he doesn't miss it, and that's why the guy wins batting titles. That's why he wins home run titles, RBI crowns. Numbers are off the charts as far as runners in scoring position. Really not a thing that this guy can't do in that batter's box.
Remember in Minnesota, opening day, he went 0 for 5, and Ross said he ain't going 0 for 5 the second day. Well, he hasn't gone 0 for 5 since. We don't expect it to happen often here this afternoon or this season. Well, we are getting you ready for baseball. After a short break, we'll send you back to the Call Sam studios. We'll join Trevor Thompson. But in the meanwhile, the umbrellas are out. Hopefully the rain will go away. Tigers and Jays today from Comerica.
Do we
is
know?
Is there a manager on the hot seat?
Well, is Valverde? Has he arrived in the country yet?
I don't think so.
Okay. We can address that situation and just kind of talk about what they need to do down there.
He was in Lakeland? Oh, okay. We're talking about Valverde. We're talking about whether there's a manager on the hot seat. We're going to talk about the Royals that we were going to get to yesterday and we didn't.
Close that window.
And we got nothing but time, right, Ice?
I mean, New York. I mean, the one thing we talk about is the Yankees.
team that he's used to seeing, but this guy really knows how to pitch.
You know, before he left to go over to the senior circuit, that would be over to Miami last year, he was a pretty good pitcher against the Detroit Tigers. His number is not bad at all. Career-wise against Detroit, you see 18-10, very respectable ERA, 24 quality starts, and he's also very good against the American League Central. But one thing that Mark Burley did not do the last time out, didn't locate very well, hit a couple of batters, also walked one, gave up 6 earned runs against the Cleveland Indians, who reside in the American League Central.
All right, how about these Tigers he will face today? The top 4 have been outstanding. The last time Burley saw Detroit, they didn't have Torrey Hunter. They didn't have Prince Fielder. 2 obviously big bats. So a little bit of a different look today for the Tigers lineup, one that Burley is not used to seeing.
And when he left just a couple of years ago, Austin Jackson really struggled in that 2011 season. But now Jackson's back at the top of the batting order. He hit 300 last year for the very first time. Torrey Hunter now has a Tiger uniform on. Last time Burley saw this Tigers team, there was no Hunter, there was no Fielder, but there was that guy Miguel Cabrera, and these 4 guys are off to torrid paces and starts this year for the Detroit Tigers, and very much looking forward to see how they attack a very good pitcher in Mark Burley.
Big day yesterday for Miguel Cabrera. So Cabrera with 4 hits yesterday, just really starting to get going now, it appears.
He is so impressive. He is simply the best right-handed hitter that I've ever seen in the game as far as driving the ball the other way. And not only does he take it the other way for singles, but he can reach the seats to right field better than any right-handed batter in the game today. And then when he knows you're not really going to give him a whole lot to hit, he goes to that 2-strike approach where he doesn't pick the foot off the ground, simply lifts the heel up, which gives him a really good balanced position. And he got himself a base hit and an RBI that way yesterday as well.
Well, Rick Porcello has taken the hill. Some hardy souls have stuck around for this one. We'll check out the starting lineup for the Toronto Blue Jays here this afternoon. It's brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Jose Reyes leads it off. He'll play short. Melky Cabrera is out at left field. Jose Bautista is in right field. Enwin Encarnacion is their DH today. Adam Lind at first base. J.P. Arancibia will catch. Rasmus Isturis and Bonifacio, your bottom 3 for Toronto. Rick Porcello this afternoon, presented by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
He lasted 5 1/3 innings through 97 pitches, lasting 6 innings, 3 runs, 3 earned. Gave up 3 home runs in his first outing of the year against the Minnesota Twins. Really only made a couple bad mistakes in that game, the result of a couple of big flies by Josh Willingham and Trevor Plouffe of the Twinkies. Let's take a look at the defensive alignment behind Porcello this afternoon. Tuiasa Sopo getting his second start of the 2013 season. Jackson's in center, Hunter in right. The infield reads as it always does. That's Cabrera and Peralta and Infante. And the Prince is anchored at first. And Avila getting the start today against the left-handed Mark Burley.
And we are ready for baseball here this afternoon. Man, Tuiasa Sopo getting another start. He's really performed well in the opportunities that he has had, including a double in the ball game, pinch hit variety, which drove in a run yesterday. The Tigers had 15 hits in the opener. We'll see if the cold weather will cool down their bats or if they'll continue to swing it here today. Jose Reyes steps in off to a torrid start for the Toronto Blue Jays. It'll be Reyes, Cabrera, Bautista for the Jays. And here's the first pitch of the ball game coming up. It's a ball outside to Reyes.
Imperative that Porcello keep Reyes off the base paths. And he's a tremendous base stealer. And the guys hitting behind Reyes in the lineup, whether it be Cabrera, Bautista, or Encarnacion, have real good numbers against Porcello in their careers.
There's a strike called, 1 ball and 1 strike on Jose Reyes. We had a delay today officially of 2 hours and 29 minutes. Game time temperature 42 degrees. Not much of a breeze right now at the ballpark. Now Porcello steps out. Reyes 2 out of 4 in the ball game yesterday. Had a stolen base as well. He makes their offense go. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Back out of play, 1-2.
Porcello has been a ground ball machine since coming to the major leagues 4 years ago, averaging about 2 ground balls for every fly ball. Fastball will get up to 95. He'll sink it at about 90 to 91. No longer is he throwing a slider. He's throwing a curveball and a changeup that he's trying to work both sides of the plate with to the left-handed batters and the right-handed batters.
1-2 is outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mickey and Craig were talking as they brought it back to the ballpark about flipping that switch. These guys have been hanging around, and I guess there comes a time where you think, but you know what, we might not play today, and you kind of put it in shutdown mode, and now they have to crank it back up again. Here's the 2-2. Slap back out of play. But both teams, we assume, will be able to do that. Mark Burley and Rick Porcello in this one here, game 2 in the series. And it really is imperative to get this one in because the weather report for tomorrow is even worse than it was for today. Final meeting at home this year against the Blue Jays tomorrow. Good block down there by Vila, and the account fills now 3-2 on Jose Reyes. Porcello over in the Grapefruit League tied for second in victories. He was 4-1 during spring training. His control was impeccable, no walks. But he had a couple of walks in his first start against Minnesota. And a bouncing ball hit slowly to the right side. Prince will gather it. And look out, win the race to the bag. Porcello had to leap out of the way. 1 out.
One of those in-between plays where even if Prince does field it as he did, field it cleanly, it's not a wise play to try to get it to Porcello, so simply take it yourself, and then it's up to Porcello to try to somehow maneuver himself out of the way so Reyes doesn't run him over.
So they keep the speedy Reyes off the bases. Melky Cabrera will stand in. He had a big day yesterday, 3 out of 4. He also had an RBI. Cabrera batting .250 on the season. And Porcello starts him off with a pitch up high, 1-0.
We're talking about Melky's numbers against Porcello. And most of those numbers came when he was wearing a Kansas City Royals uniform a couple of years ago.
And it was that 2011 season in which Cabrera really had a career year. Hit .305 with 201 hits.
He was on pace to do that last year as well. Made an all-star team. He was the MVP at the all-star game in Kansas City.
Many thought that when he was suspended for the final 50 days of last year, the Giants' hopes went down the tubes. Not so, as the Tigers found out. The Giants sweeping the Tigers in the World Series.
This pitch right here is something that Porcello is doing a lot more of. It's a backdoor breaking ball. He starts it off the plate. The left-handers give up on it, and it catches the outside corner with a nice frame job from the catcher, Avila.
Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes on Melky Cabrera.
And by doing so, Jeff Jones believes that Porcello's numbers will get better against left-handed batters. Left-handers have hit over 300 against Porcello just about every year of his big league career.
Another breaking ball bounced toward third. Cabrera has it there. Melky Cabrera is out, and there are 2 gone. A couple of ground balls for Rick Porcello to start this one. He's going to bring Jose Bautista to the plate. A dynamic power hitter who missed 3 games prior to this series with a twisted ankle, but he came back yesterday, and the Tigers held him to 0 for 4.
He's got one of the quickest bats in the game. Unbelievable bat speed. Stands right on top of the dish.
Ball 1 inside. Now the 1-0 pitch, and that is in there. Well, Bautista is 5 for 10 in his career against Rick Porcello. Here's the 1-1 coming home. Good pitch on the outer edge. Fastball that nipped the corner. 1-2.
Back-to-back real good 2-seam fastballs from Porcello. South of the knees. One at 91 miles an hour. The next one at 93. They want this one up a little bit.
Foul back.
That's one of the things that pitchers really have to concentrate on when they want to go up in the zone, especially a sinker baller like Porcello, because for the most part all he does is throw down, down, down. Then all of a sudden you're asked into getting one up. You better make sure you get it up.
checked it. They want the appeal. No, he didn't go.
What a pitch, though. Outstanding curveball by Porcello.
Good call by Angel Hernandez. He's taking no chances down there at first base. Covered up. Here's the 2-2. Fly ball in the air toward left center, not deep. Tuiasosopo on the run to haul it in. 1-2-3 inning for Rick Porcello. Here come the Tigers against Mark Burley. Frame as he chats it up with Jeff Jones, the pitching coach. Here is the Tigers starting lineup today, presented by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Jackson, Hunter, Cabrera, your top three, no changes there. Likewise, fielder is the first baseman Victor Martinez back in the lineup today. The DH, Matt Tuiasosopo on left. Peralta, Avila, Infante, your bottom three. For the Tigers, Mark Burley is on the hill for the Blue Jays.
His first start coming back to the American League was not a great one for him. 5 1/3, 7 hits. Gave up 6 earned runs, struck out 4, walked 1, and hit 2 batters in that game against Cleveland.
Burley, as you know, likes to work quickly. Former Chicago White Sox left-hander. Piled up a lot of wins, a lot of innings. Missing outside, and the count goes to 2-0 on Austin Jackson.
And Burley also one of those guys, at least he was when he was pitching for the Chicago White Sox.
Drilled to center field. That's going to drop. Base hit.
That whatever sign A.J. Przinsky would put down, Burley would simply throw that pitch. He never, ever shook his catcher off. Take a peek at the Tim Hortons defense here today, put out there by John Gibbons, the manager of the Blue Jays. Lind at first, Bonifacio at second, Reyes, the electrifying Jose Reyes at short. His Torres is at third, Aaron Sebia behind the plate. And in the outfield is Cabrera and Rasmus and Bautista.
Well, how many times have we seen Jackson lead off an inning, get on base? We'll see what Hunter now can do to move him up. It's a strike call.
He's got to be careful with Mark Burley on the mound. 85 pickoffs for Burley since the beginning of the 2001 season, which is #1 in the major leagues. You can't get a good jump against him. Therefore, there's a lot of double plays turned behind Burley because he throws lots of ground balls.
Wave and a miss, and now quickly Torrey behind in the count, 0-2. Hunter has seen Mr. Burley a lot, especially in their days in the Central. 21 of 88 at .239 average, 3 long balls. Hunter off to a .424 start. 3 more hits yesterday. Ball high, including hit number 2,000 in his career.
That's a lot of big league knocks.
Jackson aboard at first base. The leadoff single against Burley. Here's the 1-2. popped him up. Foul ground. Let's see if there's room for Lind. Can't quite get there off the tarp, which got a workout today. A 2-hour and 29-minute rain delay for this one.
Mark Burley's pickoff move to first base is so good that even though Austin Jackson doesn't have an aggressive lead over there, his first step had been back every single pitch that he has thrown to Torrey Hunter.
Burley, 34 years old. St. Charles, Missouri, his hometown. Inside and high, 2-2.
Take a look at Jackson here on the delivery home by Burley. A couple steps back to the bag.
Ground ball, third base side. It's foul just outside of the bag.
Mark not going to overpower you with his fastball. It will get up to about 85 on occasion. He might touch 87. Likes to cut the fastball, likes to sink it, has a curveball and a very good changeup.
Burley, of course, coming over in that big blockbuster in the offseason, along with Josh Johnson, Emilio Bonifacio, and Jose Reyes. And he got him looking. Hunter didn't like the call as he jaws with Dana DeMuth.
This might be one of those afternoons where both teams need to take those bats off the shoulders, because we saw a couple of pitches to Bautista from Porcello that were at the bottom of the strike zone that were called strikes as well by Dana DeMuth.
Well, it looked like a pretty good pitch. Mr. Foxtrax said it was right on the edge, close enough to call, and so here is Miguel Cabrera with one out. He looks at ball one outside. 4-hit day yesterday for Cabrera. And that means his average is climbing. It's up to 393. Burley missed the outside corner that time. 2-0. Cabrera's 6 for 26 career against Burley. Not a whole lot of success. Jackson still trying to get a good read down there at first. Swing and a miss. "13-game winner last year, Burley, over with the Marlins in the National League. Made 31 starts. Here's the 2-1. Hammered down the right field line, slicing though. 2-2. You get a foul ball today, you deserve it for hanging around in the cold weather and the long rain delay. Nice little souvenir to take home. Cabrera has already knocked in 10 this year. And now Burley steps on. Jackson has led off the inning with a single, still standing at first base. Outside, now the count fills at 3-2.
Wonder if Jim Leland has enough trust here to start Jackson from first base, knowing that he's not going to get a good jump. And the trust that he would have is the fact that he believes Cabrera would not strike out. If Jackson does run and Miguel strikes out, they're going to throw him out.
Nope, he was headed back in the bag, and there's a line drive to left, base hit. Jackson hits the bag at second, coming to third, and he's in there standing up, and Cabrera has a single.
Very patient at bat by Miguel Cabrera. And Burley really didn't give him anything good to hit until the 3-2 pitch where he had to come over the plate. And Miguel stayed back long enough on the changeup to hit it off at the end of the bat in the shallow left field. And Jackson, obviously, after the ball was delivered, he could see the play right in front of him and no problem getting over to third base.
Early scoring opportunity. Bring up Prince Fielder. Batting .308. 2 for 3 yesterday. Doubled in a run his first at bat. And he looks at ball one. Today is the 351st consecutive game played for Prince Fielder. Trying to pad his RBI totals. Back into the seats it goes. 1 ball, 1 strike. 9 driven in so far for Prince. Jackson at third. Cabrera at first base. And a ball outside. 2-1. They'll get back out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lefties have not bothered Prince this year, and really for the most part in his career. He's hitting .500 against lefties. And there's a ball down low, 3-2. Which I guess makes that process more difficult if you end up walking Cabrera to get a lefty to match up against Fielder. He doesn't really take that much of a step back. These are obviously limited numbers this year.
He had good numbers last year against left-handers as well, and he drove in about 47 runs against lefties in 2012.
Slowly hit toward the shortstop. Reyes fires to second, 1 relay to first. Not in time. Prince busting it down the line, and the Tigers get a run.
That ball was not hit very hard, but it appeared to be a double play ball off the bat of Prince Fielder, and it appeared that Reyes, along with Bonifacio, were just a little bit more deliberate than they should have been, therefore not able to turn it over. Good hustle, big man.
He was sniffing an RBI here. Break up that double play.
Jim Leland said that Prince Fielder moving a whole lot better this year than he did last year. He participated in mixed martial arts in the offseason, working on footwork, hand speed, agility, stretching, you name it. He did it. And he looks better as well in his uniform.
Here's Victor Martinez. And Martinez, when you look at career numbers, has feasted against Burley.
Well, no wonder why he was pretty much fighting to get into the lineup today with those 8 stitches on his right thumb.
Now the 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike. That right thumb is all wrapped up.
Had to do a little surgery on the batting glove there to get the thumb out of there.
Ball low, 2-1.
Obviously there will be no effects of him swinging the bat right-handed because it's the upper hand, the top hand on the bat, so he will not have to worry about whether he was hitting left-handed and that thumb be underneath the top hand. It will get probably wouldn't feel as good. No problem this way though.
Now he's well ahead in the count. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Burley has thrown 26 pitches, and 13 of those have missed the strike zone.
Tuiasosopo waiting on deck. Here's the 3-1. Right back to the mound. Burley will make the play. Has plenty of time. Victor is out. Tigers settle for 1 run. We played 1 here at Comerica. Detroit is brought to you by Comerica Bank, a part of Detroit and the community since 1849. Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or see your local dealer today. And by Sargento Shreds. Taste the real difference. It was a rainy day here at the ballpark today, and after a 2-hour, 29-minute rain delay, we have baseball, and the Tigers bring a 1-0 lead to the top of the second. Encarnacion leads it off and looks at strike one from Rick Porcello, who, by the way, had himself a 1-2-3 first inning, couple of ground balls and a flyout. Encarnacion has really gotten off to a frosty start this year, just 2 for 27. One of his 2 hits, though, is a home run. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Hit hard to third on 1 hop. Cabrera has it there. 1 out.
Looks like Porcello taking a page out of Sanchez's book at how Sanchez was able to maneuver his way through this Blue Jays lineup yesterday. Most of the fastballs were located well down and away. And from the right-handed batters, he mixed in some good breaking balls. Also some nice changeups. And if Rick can do that and keep the ball away from a lot of these hitters, he can have the same kind of success that Anibal had yesterday.
Yeah, Mr. Sanchez was good for the Tigers. Retired the last 7 straight that he faced.
He was really good.
And as Jim Leland said before the day today, once you get your starter into the 7th, it really takes a lot of that pressure away of trying to figure out how to meander through the last couple of innings of the game in terms of dealing with your bullpen. And that's where he wants all of his starters, obviously, to get.
Sanchez showed yesterday why the Tigers elected to bring him back on a 5-year contract as he hit the free agent market for the first time last offseason.
Big swing there by Adam Lind.
Down the stretch, Sanchez was tremendous into the postseason. Didn't really show up in the wins and loss record because there wasn't a lot of run support, but he was pitching some really effective baseball.
Tigers give up the entire third base line with Lind up here. Lind had a pinch hit double in yesterday's ball game. On deck, J.P. Arancibia. And the 2-2. Back out of play.
If you missed it, here's a look at what Mr. Sanchez was able to do yesterday. He was spotting that fastball. He was using all 4 quadrants of the strike zone. The breaking ball was located beautifully. Down and away, every now and then he would go in to jackknife a hitter out of the way. Nice afternoon by Sanchez.
Another foul back out of play.
Already we've seen Porcello to the left-handed hitters throw quite a few of those backdoor breaking balls. Trying to improve his numbers against left-handers.
Yeah, those numbers include a 307 career average, the lefties against Rick. Here's the 2-2 pitch again. A little bit high. Dan and Lemieux thought about it. Crowd wanted it, but it missed. 3-2. Lynn hits one in the air toward left field. Tuiasa Sopo started in, and now he'll recover. 2 gone. So 3 ground ball outs, 2 fly ball outs for Porcello. 5 up, 5 down. Bring up J.P. Arancibia. Hitless in yesterday's ball game. The average of 296. He's already hit 3 home runs this season for the Toronto Blue Jays and almost hit number 4, but Don Kelly robbed him yesterday. Breaking ball high. 1-0. Arancibia struck out 3 times in yesterday's game. shoot this one to the gap in right center. It's down, a base hit.
Good approach there by Aaron Sebia.
2-out single is Toronto's first hit of the game.
It's the approach you have to have against a sinker baller, although Porcello got this sinker ball up in the zone. You can't try to pull him. You have to take your swing inside out, leading with the bat knob, and think about driving the ball the other way. And if you do that against a guy that has a power sinker, you'll have better at bats.
So here's another left-handed batter, Colby Rasmus.
When you add in the switch hitters that John Gibbons has in his starting lineup today, 6 left-handed swingers against Porcello this afternoon.
Little number back to the mound. This will get Rick out of the inning. And that is it. Another ground ball off for Porcello. We go to the bottom of the second. Bottom of the second here at the ballpark. And Matt Tuiasosopo will start things off. It'll be Tuiasosopo, Johnny Peralta, Alex Avila facing Mark Burley. The first pitch is outside Matt. 1 ball and no strikes. Tuiasosopo had the RBI doubled yesterday. Hits a ground ball towards second. Bonifacio bobbles. And Tuiasosopo is on. What looked to be a routine ground ball.
Bonifacio had a very difficult day just a couple of days ago when the Blue Jays were at home. He made 3 errors in 1 game. Just a lack of concentration here.
He might have been blinded by those shoes that he's wearing.
They're sharp. And it seems like when the Blue Jays make errors this year, those runs come around to touch home plate. They've given up quite a few unearned runs already this season.
Well, let's see if we get another one here. Johnny Peralta stands in. Johnny trying to get it going now. He's 0 for his last 7. He was hitless in 5 at-bats yesterday. Burley threw 27 pitches in the first inning. Ball outside. Burley, of course, was signed by the Marlins last year. He bought a house in Florida, figured that would be the last stop on his career, but lo and behold, he was dealt in that big deal in the offseason to the Toronto Blue Jays. Burley said if I had it to do all over again, I might have asked for a no trade clause, but here are some of the thoughts he had on that trade. I'm upset with how things turned out in Miami. Just like the fans in South Florida, I was lied to on multiple occasions, but I'm putting it behind me and looking forward to moving on with my career. So some pretty pointed words there by the veteran Burley.
A lot of their veteran players had those same types of words. Jose Reyes, said he was told to go ahead and buy a house in Florida. You won't be traded. He says he's glad that he didn't buy one.
That's why Burley said I should have asked for a no trade clause in that deal. He did not, but he looks at this Blue Jays team and he's happy to be in Toronto. Hard hit into left, base hit. Peralta snaps that little mini slump. 2 on, nobody out. Hey, join us again tomorrow. The Tigers continue their series with the Blue Jays. Coverage begins at noon with Tigers Live. It's the Tigers and Jays tomorrow at noon right here on Fox Sports Detroit.
Alex Avila has decent numbers against Mark Burley in his career, but hitting just .227 this year. And possible rain coming. We might see him square the bunt here with nobody out and give Omar Infante an opportunity to drive in a couple of runs.
4 for 11 career against Burley. We'll see if he's thinking bunt. He is not, and looks at strike one. Avila has a couple of home runs as he looks down at Tom Brookins in the Tiger coaching box at third. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Now it's 0-2. Burley gave up 2 singles and a fielder's choice ground ball in that first inning. Get the Tigers a run. Now they threaten here with nobody out in the second. Right back up the middle off Burley. It'll roll to Bonifacio. They'll flip to second one and they'll get a double play. 1-4-6-3.
Looked like the ball went right off the left foot of Burley, which slowed it down enough for Bonifacio to get it and get it over to Reyes, who has a very good throwing arm. How about this play off the foot a couple of years ago? Oh, that's sick. Between the legs.
Play of the year. He might have been a goalie in his other life. Strike one on Omar Infante. He's batting with 2 outs and a man at third. Ball low, 1-1. Well, this would be a nice spot for Infante to get his first ever hit against Mark Burley. He's 0 for 15 against him. And there it is. 1 for 16. Scored Tuias Sopo, and the Tigers take a 2-0 lead.
It's the main reason why Jim has him in the lineup today. There has been times where a pitcher would have really good numbers against a particular player, and Jim wouldn't play him against that pitcher. But the way that Infante's swinging the bat right now, Jim gambled by putting him in there, and he gets rewarded by a really nice firm base hit right past the diving Torres.
So here is Austin Jackson. Tigers have a 2-0 advantage, and ball 1 to Jackson.
So another one of those runs come along to jump up and bite the Toronto Blue Jays, one in which their defense made a mistake.
Hunter in the air, right field. Bautista is there to retire the side. Tigers grab another run, and you're watching Tigers baseball today, presented by Bell Tire. is brought to you by Arby's. Try the mighty taste of Arby's new Mighty Minis today. Arby's, slicing up freshness. And by the wireless receiver only from AT&T U-verse. Visit AT&T.com/free for your TV. You rethink possible. Well, the Tigers have a 2-0 lead now as we head to the top of the third here at Chile Comerica Park. They got a run in the first, a run in the second. And the Tigers have gotten a little bit to Mark Burley. Big 2 out here by Infante. In the bottom of the second, extended the lead. And now it's going to be Myceris Turris facing Rick Porcello. It's Turris, Bonifacio, and Reyes. Porcello has given up just one single so far. And a ball outside to is Turris, who is playing third base again today. Brett Laurie, the starting third baseman, has an oblique injury that he suffered in an exhibition game playing for Team Canada in
they
WBC.
They say he's down in Florida working at their spring facility and doing everything of baseball activity except playing in a game.
So there's no timetable, I guess.
It's going to be at least another 3 weeks or so.
Wow. He's a good player. Here's the 1-1 pitch. 2-1 the count. Is Turris 0 for 4 yesterday. Spent 8 seasons on the West Coast with the Angels.
He never really was a starter there, was he? He
No.
pretty much was just a role player in the infield, wasn't he?
Pretty good role player. Can play a lot of different positions, but he's, I think, more naturally an middle infielder as opposed to a corner infielder. 3-1. Turris has hit 1 home run this year. Bonifacio waiting on deck. Here's the 3-1 pitch. In there for a strike. 3-2. Speaking of those Angels, they've gotten off to a really slow start. Josh Hamilton has struggled. Blue Jays not off to the type of start they were hoping for with the buzz created by all of the changes in the offseason. But it's still so very early that you just can't get overly disappointed or overly excited about your team's start.
Well, their starting pitching has over a 6 ERA. Runners in scoring position, the team hitting 135. They've made quite a bit of costly errors as well.
It's a base hit for his Turris. Well, we have an opportunity. Back to the studio we go for a game break. Here's Mickey York. Apparently so, Mick. 2-0 here, much more competitive to this point. Here's Bonifacio, the number 9 hitter. In there for strike 1 on Emilio. There's the ratio and Mr. Porcello.
Porcello shouldn't forget about his tours over at first base. He stole 17 bases last year and was caught only twice.
There is a lot of speed in this lineup when you talk about his Turris and then Bonifacio at the bottom, then Reyes at the top.
Even some of their big guys like Encarnacion stole a few bags last year.
Melky Cabrera as well. 1-1 on Bonifacio. Even the hint of speed can have an effect on how the defense will defend you, as Cabrera is on the cut of the grass at third, which opens up a little bit of the left side of the infield.
And Bonifacio, when he did play last year, and he didn't play that many games, he has the ability to bunt for a base hit with that lightning speed that he has.
Strike call. We saw that speed on display yesterday. He tripled in the ball game.
stand-up variety, too.
Porcello is ahead in the count after the leadoff single by Izturis. Now the 1-2. Checked it low. 2-2 on Emilio Bonifacio. Last 2 years he has piled up 70 stolen bases, has yet to swipe one this year. Jays as a team struggling offensively. Only Seattle has a lower team batting average coming into play today. Tigers meanwhile lead the league at 298. Bouncer back up the middle, could be two. Peralta tags the bag one. There is a tailor-made double play.
Real nice job there by Porcello. 5 pitches into the at-bat. Izturis at first with good speed, couldn't get a good jump. And he finally gets the ground ball that he was looking for. And he gets the double play turn for him.
Well, that ground ball, no surprise. The Bernstein advantage brings you the scouting report on Bonifacio. Almost 82% of his outs this season have been via the ground ball. And Porcello, of course, is a ground ball pitcher. So that is a match made in heaven. And Reyes will step in now with the bases empty. Looks like the wet stuff starting to fall.
At a pretty good pace, too.
Yes, it is. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 hour, 29-minute rain delay to start this one. There was a window that there was, I guess, it was hopeful they could get a couple of hours in, but the rain is falling right now. Grounded foul.
As well as Reyes is swinging the bat right now, really the only one in their starting lineup. Swinging the bat well. Aaron Sebe has got some power. He's gotten a few hits, but this is the guy you want to come up with the bases empty, as well as he's doing.
Now the 1-2. A little bit low. 2-2 on Jose Reyes. Tigers will do everything in their power to get this game in today because the forecast for tomorrow is dreadful. The 2-2. The slap foul.
That and the fact that the Blue Jays only make 1 trip here to Comerica Park, although they both have a mutual off day in the month of August.
Mark Burley has given up 2 early runs to the Tigers. We're playing in the top of the 3rd. And the 2-2.
Had a real nice conversation with John Gibbons this morning. About 15 minutes down in his office, talking about Reyes, talking about his bullpen. He also shared the story with me, which led to him being hired for the 2nd time by the Blue Jays. We'll get into that a little bit later in the broadcast.
Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Reyes is out of there. Porcello has a strikeout. That'll be his first of the afternoon. Nothing comes of a leadoff single. 2.5 in the books. the third at Comerica Park. The Tigers on top in this one by a score of 2-0. Mark Burley back to the mound. He gave up one in the first, one in the second. And Torrey Hunter takes ball one outside. It'll be Hunter, Cabrera, and then Fielder. 2, 3, 4. And the Tigers starting lineup today. In the air, right side, shallow right field. Bonifacio goes back to make the play. Torrey's 0 for 2, one gone here in the third frame. Bring up Miguel Cabrera. Base hit in the first for Cabrera, setting up a run. Cabrera had a 3-run shot in the ball game yesterday. Avila also hit one out in yesterday's game. To back the pitching of Anibal Sanchez. Here's the 0-1. Cabrera disgustedly walks out of the box after that last call. 0-2. And Burley straightens him up inside. 12 straight seasons of 200 or more innings for Mark Burley. 12 straight years. That's outside, 2-2. That requires some durability. A little bit of luck along the way to avoid injury. And of course a whole lot of talent. In the air, shallow left field. And caught on the run by Melky Cabrera. Hey, just a reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game. It is brought to you by Miller Lite. 2 up, 2 down. That'll bring up Prince Fielder. He was able to beat out what appeared to be a double play ball. He beat it out for an RBI, knocking in a run and saved the inning. Tigers have 2 runs, 4 hits. Here's Burley's 1-0. Bit outside, 3 balls, no strikes. You were talking about how Burley in his Chicago days never shook off A.J. Pierzynski. Do you think that'll be the same case here, or will he have to get used to a new catcher? The 3-0. Strike ball.
I think they probably had a chance to feel themselves out in spring training. And I think because of that, Burley might have a lot of trust in Aaron Sevilla.
3-1 pitch. And there's ball 4. Fielder waits a beat to make sure, and a 2-out walk.
Burley's one of those guys that just doesn't like to think a whole lot. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He's going to give up a lot of hits, but we've already told you he holds runners very well, so you can't get a good jump off of him. And therefore, since the beginning of the 2001 season, no one has thrown more double play balls than Burley. He's already thrown 1 today here as well.
And I think you hit a good point. I think part of the reason he is so fast in his pace is the fact that he does just pick up the sign and throw. Missing outside, ball 1. Victor hit one right back to the mound. He's 0 for 1.
Also a very good fielder. He's won 4 Gold Gloves.
One ball, 1 strike. Martinez now 1 for 11 on the homestand, which will conclude here tomorrow before the Tigers head out to the West Coast. One and 2. Tigers came into play today with a record of 4-3, 1 over the 500 mark, and the Blue Jays at 2-5. Victor thought about it, let it go by. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tuiasosopo would bat next if Martinez keeps it going. And a ground ball foul. Frustrating season last year for Victor. Mentioned that there was some talk that he might be able to come back late last season. That got a lot of folks excited because everybody was thinking about that 3-4-5 with Victor back last year, but they decided to take it easy on his return and get him full strength for this year. And that one just missed. 3-2. .60 now thrown by Burley, and you see his ratio not all that good. Fielder will be on the move here with 2 outs. Sends that one in the air to center. A lot of room out there for Colby Rasmus. And that'll be it for the Tigers. No runs, 2-out walk on our way to the 4th.
Just 2 ground balls for every fly ball that he throws. And for the most part today, he's done a nice job of getting the ground balls. He's kept the hitters off balance, whether it be the left-handers or the right-handers. He got away with a fastball right down the middle to a dangerous Bautista there, but came back with a nice changeup that kept him out in front and just continues to get these guys to pound the ball into the dirt, which is a good sign for Porcello.
It is indeed. He's given up just 2 singles so far in this game. 1 to Arancibia, 1 to Meiser Turris. Tigers turn to double play behind him back in the 3rd. Melky Cabrera will lead things off. Cabrera, Bautista, Encarnacion. Cabrera swinging on the first pitch, fouls it back out of play. Melky last year was hitting .346 when he was suspended for the final 50 days of the season for performance-enhancing drugs, and a big bat out of the San Francisco lineup. There's a strike call. Yesterday picked up his 1,000th hit, signed by the Blue Jays in the offseason. And I'm trying to remember, Rod, a team in recent history that had this much turnover as the Blue Jays had in the offseason. I mean, they reworked their pitching staff. Now they got Reyes, they got Melky Cabrera, they got Bonifacio, they got Turris.
New manager.
New manager, right. The 1-2 is outside, 2-2.
They acquired a lot of talent. That is for sure. Look at the free agents. You mentioned some of those guys. DeRosa, Blanco, Cabrera's, Torres. Then the big trades that they made with New York and also Miami.
It has certainly gotten people in Toronto excited because the Blue Jays won back-to-back World Series in '92 and '93, but have not been to the postseason since.
Cito Gaston was their manager at that time.
Here's the 2-2. Slow roller. Porcello comes off to make the play. He'll take it himself. One unassisted. Are you ready for some trivia? Well, here it comes. It is courtesy of AT&T. Our trivia question today: who are the only two Blue Jays to hit .320 or better in a single season more than once? There have been two of them in their history that have gone .320 or better in a single season more than once. Think about all the great Blue Jays histories or hitters over the history. Cabrera does that every year. Here's Bautista. Before you forget, I wanted you to share that story on Gibbons and his taking over this team.
Well, Gibbons, just like everybody else, was out there following who was going to be the manager of the Toronto Blue Jays since they had made so many new acquisitions to their roster.
Slowly back to the mound again. Porcello handles this one.
And when he was fired from his manager's job from Toronto a few years back, he developed a really good relationship. At that time was the assistant general manager, Alex Anthopoulos, and they had kept in constant contact and became friends over the years. And Gibby told me today that he called Anthopoulos and said he'd be warm to returning as a coach.
Really?
Not knowing that Anthopoulos had ideas of bringing him back as a manager, and he went up to Toronto for a weekend and he started to ask him a lot of questions. And Gibby said by the time the third day rolled around, he felt like he was being interviewed for the manager's job. So he stayed around one extra day, and then Anthopoulos told him, I don't want you to coach, I want you to manage the team. And then Gibby said he told Anthopoulos, now how are you going to pull this off?
Well, he was the skipper 04 through 08. And they had a .500 record under his guidance through those years. Well, they pulled it off, apparently.
You usually get an opportunity to manage again,
right,
if you did a pretty good job. And he was a .500 manager. But you usually don't get a chance to go back to the same club.
Now the 2-0. Sounded like a broken bat. It's a fair ball. To the corner it rolls. Encarnacion will take him any way he can get him these days. He has been struggling. That is a 2-out broken bat double.
It's a fastball. Looks like two-seam variety that he didn't locate very well. Vila wanted that ball outside, and it started to creep back over the plate because of the two-seam action on it, and a courtesy dive there by Miguel Cabrera.
First double of the year for Encarnacion and just his third hit overall this season. He'll keep it alive now for Adam Lind. Lind is an interesting story. He really had a phenomenal year back in '09. He had 35 home runs, and then the numbers started to decrease a little bit. Last year in the month of May was batting just .140, and they sent him to the minor leagues just a couple of years after hitting 35 big league homers. Ball outside, 1-1.
Off to a sluggish start this year as well at just 111.
Yeah, and really as a team, all of the Blue Jays for the most part have been struggling. Reyes one of the exceptions. Fouled straight back, 1-2.
If you're the Tigers, you're very happy at the fact that you're catching the Blue Jays when they're not swinging the bats the way that they're capable of swinging the bats, because you know before it's all said and done, with as many good hitters as they have, they're going to heat up.
Yeah, this slow start will end at some point. You would imagine Bautista will get it going along with the rest of them, Encarnacion. But to this point, the Jays have scored 25 runs in the early going here, which is the lowest total in the American League. off the plate. Dana Demuth thought about it.
He sure did.
He was ready to go, but didn't pull the trigger. Appeared to be a good call. Skied in the air to shallow right field. Jackson will come in to make the play, and nothing comes of the 2-out double. They strand a runner.
Once again today in the first inning, a ground out, which looked like it was going to be a double play ball off the bat of Prince Fielder. He hustles, and Austin Jackson comes home to score. And Omar Infante was 0 for 15 in his major league career against Burley, and he comes up with a big 2-out knock in the second inning to drive in Tuiasa Sopo.
Tigers have scored first in 6 of their first 8 games, and they lead this one by a count of 2-0. And it'll be Tuiasa Sopo facing Mark Burley. Peralta, then Avila to follow. Tigers have had at least one base runner in every inning so far. Burley back home, delivers a strike right at the knees, 1-1. Up with the right hand goes Dana Demuth, 1-2. Burley signed a 4-year deal with the Marlins to go pitch for them. We told you his story. He thought he was going to be there to the end of his career. It didn't work out that way, but he is in Toronto now. That ball is hit toward left field. Playable for Cabrera. 1-0. Hey, by the way, see the Tigers battle the Blue Jays tomorrow. 108 start. Take advantage of the Super Spring Special upper box seats. I get this, half price only $13. 866-66-TIGER or tigers.com. Maybe we should do a broadcast from the upper box. What do you think?
I would like to do that
when it warms up.
Absolutely. I enjoyed what was that, a couple years ago we went down and
right behind home plate.
Did that game behind home plate.
Yeah.
That was a blast.
It was fun. All the fans around us. Some of the fans were bringing us hot dogs. Remember that?
Well, you got to like that.
Always a fan of that. 1 ball, 1 strike on Peralta. Johnny singled back in the second. Going to sail down the right field line. Foul. Look out. They're diving for those baseballs down there. 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Burley strikes out Peralta. That will be his second strikeout of the day. And now Burley will face Avila. Hit the ball off the foot of Burley his first time up, and unfortunately it rolled right to the second baseman, and they turned a double play. Hit for a strike, 0-1.
Avila says he hasn't gotten much sleep the last couple of nights. New baby girl. What was her name? Avery?
Avery Noel. Here's the 0-1. I saw him in the locker room yesterday. He was at his locker. He could barely keep his eyes open.
Cup of coffee in his hand.
Poor Alex. He's doing a good job. He's been a trooper.
He's got a lot of help though. Granddad's here.
Oh, no doubt.
His mom's here. Got a built-in babysitter with his little sister. He's dialed in right now.
That he is. He's 2 out of 4 yesterday with a long ball.
Baby was 19.5 inches and weighed 6.5 pounds.
One and 2 on Mr. Avila. Fouled it off, stays alive.
And his first at bat after the birth of his baby girl, his first swing that he takes, he circles the pillows with a solo shot.
And it was Avila's second home run of the year. It's just an example of how Jim Leland said he's been a little bit more aggressive lately, which is something Leland has been trying to get him to do. And he's been telling him, first pitch strike, let it fly. And Avila has done a little bit more of that. That home run evidence of that yesterday. The 2-2 pitch on the ground to second base, Bonifacio. And Burley has himself a 1-2-3 inning. We have 4 in the books. Is brought to you by Bell Tire. Get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. Well, you can vote for your Tigers McDonald's Player of the Game, presented by the new Premium McWrap. Using your cell phone, text Tigers followed by a space, then the player's uniform number to 37338, or vote online at foxsportsdetroit.com. Who is your leader in the clubhouse so far, Rod?
Well, probably Porcello. Porcello's done nice work continuing to slow down this Toronto Blue Jays offense. He's made some quality pitches.
You and I are in agreement, at least so far. Porcello's been really good. How good? This good. No walks in 4 innings, 1 strikeout, 3 hits. J.P. Arencibia will lead it off. And then Colby Rasmus and Meiser Izturis. Got the ponchos out today, umbrellas, all kinds of rain gear. And a ball down low to Arencibia, who starts things off here in the 5th inning.
What was that I was watching on the pregame show today? I couldn't hear it, but it looked like some young girls invited Porcello to their high school prom or something of that nature.
Yeah, there was a YouTube video of a young lady who made this video, and she tweeted it to me. Did you not get that tweet?
I probably didn't open that one up, but I didn't look at it.
Well, she went to the lengths of putting together a video and wanted us to give it to Rick because she wants to go to the prom with Rick Porcello.
How about that?
There's a ball outside. We'll bring you a little bit of that video in a smidge here, but Rick politely declined because they have a game that night, and it's obviously something he can't miss. But it was a funny video. Here's a 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and a big swing by Arencibia. I don't know if you've noticed this, but Rick Porcello is pretty good looking.
Yeah, he's a handsome young man.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Low and away, 3 balls, 2 strikes. On deck, Colby Rasmus. Three-two pitch. Right straight back to the screen. Rick gave up a double with 2 outs in the 4th, no damage. He got Lynn to fly out. Otherwise, a couple of singles have been scattered. And he got him to pop this one up behind home. Avila has room, drifting. 1 out. Here's a little bit of that video if you want to take a listen. Take a look.
So he called me up and he's like, I want to go to prom with you. And I'm like, no, I'm going with Rick Porcello. And so then I hung up on him, and now he won't talk to me. He hasn't talked to me in 10 days. Oh my goodness. But you know what? It doesn't matter because I'm going to prom with Rick Porcello, guys.
And here's part of the video, the other part of the video, which the girl shot. He didn't talk to me in 10 days.
She told her boyfriend that she was going to the prom with Rick Porcello.
Take
and
that.
He wouldn't talk to her for 10 days. That's beautiful. And this was after he asked her to go to the prom with him.
Pretty funny. No balls, 1 strike on Colby Rasmus. YouTube can make you a star, man. It's made a lot of folks a star.
That social media stuff. Good and bad.
Rasmus hit one back to the mound his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Ooh, he hit that one hard to right field. Hunter will turn on it off the top of the wall. It almost went. They're going to hold him to a single. That's how hard that ball was hit.
That's why you don't like to throw the left-handed hitters down and in. If you miss there, they just absolutely clobber this baseball. Take a look at the location here. It's down, it's in, and Rasmus just goes down and golfs it out off the gate and hit it so hard he couldn't get past first base. I don't know if all his tools will show up in the big leagues, but he's got a lot of talent.
Yeah, and when they do, they are impressive. Izturis looks at a strike. Got the name of the young lady that made that video asking Mr. Porcello. Bethany Weiss was her name.
She's a star now.
Yes, she is.
How do you think her boyfriend feels, though?
Not real good.
You got his name, too?
No. And if I did, I wouldn't share it. Poor fella. 1 ball, 1 strike on Izturis. 2-0 in favor of the Tigers. We're in the 5th inning. 1 on, 1 out. get another ground ball here from Porcello and try and get another double play. And instead, Rick will step off. As Turris singled. He's back in the third. Porcello career against the Blue Jays 2-3, an ERA of 4.5. That play a little bit closer as Rasmus gets in there standing up. Runner goes and a ground ball off the glove of Porcello. Fonte will back him up though and play the carom for the out. 2 outs. Rasmus to second. 80 pitches now for Porcello. 50 of those strikes.
Distribution is really good. 9 ground outs, 4 fly outs. Pretty much on par with what he's done in his career.
Here is Bonifacio looking for a 2-out hit to drive in their first run. It's 2-0 Detroit. We're in the 5th. Vila slides over to block that one. 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, here's an area where they have struggled the first 7 games of the year. And coming into play today, their batting average is 135. With runners in scoring position, which ranks 29th of the 30 major league clubs.
And the 1-0 popped up, shallow left, looking like trouble, and it's a fair ball. That'll get a run in. Bonifacio is on his way to second. And he'll pull in there with an RBI double. 2-1 is our score. 2-out bloop hit for Emilio Bonifacio.
It's a fastball, 4-seam variety, right down the middle, right around the belt buckle, and Bonifacio late on it, just fights it off, and the ball able to find some grass.
And with the way the Jays have struggled offensively, they are not going to quibble about how they get their runs, style points or not. Here is Jose Reyes. Bouncing ball to short, should get him out of the inning. Peralta has it there. Reyes is out. Inning is over. 2-1 ball game now, and you're watching Tigers baseball presented by Bell Tire. 5th, the AT&T trivia question again here this afternoon. Who are the only two Blue Jays to hit at least 320 in a single season more than once? Tony Fernandez did it 3 times. Paul Molitor did it 2 times. Those are the only 2 in Blue Jays history to this point at least. Tiger lead has been cut to 1 now. 2-1 is our score. Miguel Cabrera, well, he's done it 4 years in a row. That's how good he has been. A couple of batting titles the last 2 years. Infante singled in a run with 2 outs his last time up. Burley had his first 1-2-3 inning in the 4th. Outside to Infante, 3-1. Bouncing ball left side under the glove of his Turris into left field.
Exact same spot that Omar Infante got his first base hit this afternoon.
And make sure you visit the life-size Detroit Tigers located in the Jefferson lobby of the Renaissance Center. For more information on April in the D, please visit foxsportsdetroit.com. And you've got the Verlander and Cabrera life-size bobbleheads hanging out there in the Jefferson lobby of the Ren Center. Check them out. April in the D in full swing. Tigers have their 5th hit. Now Austin Jackson, he's 1 for 2. 0-1. Single and a run scored back in the 1st for Jackson. Austin again will try and get to the 100 plateau and runs scored. He's done it. What has he done? 2 times now?
2 out of 3 years.
2 out of 3 in his career. Jackson now has scored 10 runs this season, which leads the ball club. Infante draws a throw.
That throw over was called by John Gibbons, the manager of the Blue Jays. Good hit and run count for the Tigers.
1-2. Jackson came in a career .373 hitter against the Blue Jays. Has had good success as well against Burley, and now 9 for 20 against Mark Burley. Aaron Sevilla stops it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Right in front of the plate. Aaron Sevilla thought about going to second. So the runner will move up. 2-3 on the putout of Austin Jackson. RBI opportunity now for Torrey Hunter. So far 0 for 2 for Hunter. Torrey was telling an interesting story yesterday about his early days in the Twins organization when he had a pretty good ball game, had a 3-hit game, and found himself out of the lineup the very next day. And Tom Kelly approached him and said, "You're not playing today because in each of your 3 hits you pulled the ball. I want to see you go up the middle and go the other way." And he was trying to pound that point home to Torrey Hunter. And because of that, Torrey has incorporated that philosophy in his hitting style, which has produced over 2,000 hits, or exactly 2,000. He'll get over 2,000 maybe in this at bat.
Well, usually you hear about a guy not playing the next day because he doesn't run out of ground ball.
Well, that's the left center field. We'll count that one. That's going to get a run in. Infante comes around to score. Torrey Hunter remains red hot.
Torrey Hunter loves to swing at the first pitch, and if you get it too close to the strike zone, he can whistle that ball right back up the box. That's not a horrible pitch by Burley. It's down, it's away, but Torrey able to go down and get it and rifle it into left center field. I think he's having a lot of fun in the old English D.
It's got to be a lot of fun nestled in this lineup. That is pulled foul. Barely foul, third base out.
John Tumpain, third base umpire, right there all over it.
Ooh. Not sure he can get closer than that, but he had a good view. Single and 2 at bats for Cabrera. Had 4 hits yesterday. Fouled away.
Got a hanger right there. Wishes he could have that one back.
Tigers 3 runs, 6 hits, and the Jays a run on 5 hits. Two.
Here's where Miguel usually likes to go to that 2-strike approach, where he doesn't have a lot of movement with the lower half of his body. He simply picks the heel up and puts it right back down to make sure he doesn't get fooled on a breaking ball.
Drill to right field, slicing, fair ball, it'll go to the corner. Hunter's on his way to third. They're going to stop him there. Cabrera has a double. The Tigers threatening for more.
He is just a smart hitter. And take a look at the front foot. He doesn't pick it up. He just lifts the heel off the ground, which puts his body in a really nice position to let this ball travel. That looks like it may be off the plate outside. It's a little cutter, and the concentration is tremendous. What a hitter. What a hitter. They need to find a higher league for this dude, man.
I think you're right. I mean, it's amazing. He didn't even pick that foot up. Now Prince will not hit. They're going to walk him intentionally with first base open.
It's a smart play by John Gibbons. You set up the double play with Victor Martinez standing in the batter's box, and Victor hasn't had a lot of success against Burley, and Burley throws lots of ground balls. But Miguel is just, oh my goodness.
Locked in right now, and that's his 6th hit in this series. Intentional walk will load the bases. Tigers have a chance to break this open. As John Gibbons makes his way out to the mound. And he's bringing the hook with him. So it's a Wallside Windows pitching change. We'll be back to Comerica Park.
Farmers Insurance report card on Cabrera. Career against left-handed pitchers, .314, third in team history for Cabrera, who got 2 more hits against a lefty today. Mark Burley, a single and a double. Honestly, he hits everybody.
Al Kaline said a couple of weeks ago that Miguel Cabrera is the best hitter that he's ever seen wear a Tigers uniform. And of course, Al played more than 20 years for the Tigers. He's broadcast for this club. He's been around it for years.
Steve Delabar is the new pitcher now for Toronto.
Delabar has some good numbers. He's got a pretty good fastball, get up to 94, 95. He's got a slider. And apparently Victor's going to be okay to bat left-handed, even though he has the stitches on his right thumb.
Tigers haven't loaded here with only 1 out. They lead 3-1. Martinez 0 for 2 against Burley. And Delabar delivers a strike on the outer edge. You know what's coming with the bases loaded.
Triple split.
Yep, there it is. A trio of Tigers on the bases. Hunter, Cabrera, Fielder. Delabar, a big strikeout artist last year. He had 92, which trailed only Tim Collins of all relievers in the American League. Collins of the Royals struck out 93. Ball low, 1-1. .337 career with the bases loaded.
First 3 pitches to Victor. Delabar has thrown him all off-speed pitches. Now he finds himself behind the count, 2 balls, 1 strike. Predictable fastball count for Victor.
Burley gives way to Delabar here in the 5th inning. With only 1 out. 2-1. Way low, 3-1. 96 on the gun that time for Delabar, but it missed badly.
I don't remember Delabar throwing this hard when we first saw him with Seattle.
Split time last year with Seattle and Toronto, and yeah, I mean 92 strikeouts, but that's one coming in mid-90s. Missed a couple of seasons with a broken elbow back in 09 and 2010. And he walked him. A bases loaded walk, and that run will be charged to Burley. Still only 1 out. Andy Dirks picking up a bat. He will hit for Tuiasa Sopo.
Andy Dirks needs to be ready to hit that first pitch fastball after Delabar walked Victor Martinez on 5 pitches. He's going to come right after Andy. And that's exactly the approach that you need as a pinch hitter. When you come off that bench, you usually only get 1 good pitch to hit. And sometimes it's that very first pitch that you get.
They are still loaded with 1 out. 2 runs in. And he takes ball 1. The career pinch hitting numbers for Dirks are awfully good. .353.
One of the hardest things to do in the game is come off the bench cold and get good swings against good pitchers.
And another one in the dirt. This is a precarious spot now for the Blue Jays because they have Delabar coming in. He can't find the plate. He inherited a bases loaded situation and has already walked in 1. Bullpen quiet. Here's the 2-0. Way outside 3-0. Well, Burley continues to watch. Here's the 3-0. And he walked it on 4 straight back-to-back bases loaded walks. Really, the Blue Jays have no choice now but to get the bullpen going here. Here the loop beginning to warm up. Cabrera comes in to score. Dirk's an RBI. And we'll buy a little time now for the lefty. Well, you can see the Tigers take on the Kansas City Royals April 23rd through the 25th and take advantage of the Super Spring Special. Upper box seats are available for half price, only $13. Call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. 3 runs in for Detroit. They still have them loaded. And here is Johnny Peralta to bat. That one's right down the middle. Johnny taking all the way. That's only the second strike that Delabar has thrown since coming in. Johnny also has been very good with the bases loaded. 345. The 0-1. That's in the air. Shallow center field. Bonifacio. Rasmus going to drop. Fielder comes around to score. Everybody moves up 90 feet. The merry-go-round continues, and the Tigers get another run to go up 6-1.
Not a bad pitch by Delabar. He breaks the bat of Johnny Peralta with a good firm fastball, but Rasmus took a couple of steps back. And once he figured out the ball was going to fall in front of him, not able to get there, and Tigers base runners going station to station.
And they lead by 5 now. A 4-run 5th inning. Here's the 9th man to bat in the inning, Alex Avila. Still only 1 out. Swing and a miss. Avila today has bounced into a double play. He's grounded out as well, 0 for 2. RBIs in the inning belong to Hunter, Martinez, Dirks, and now Peralta. Way outside, 1-1. All of these runs, by the way, belong to starter Burley, and the man at third base, his responsibility. I'll take it back. Man at third base, responsibility of Delabar. So all 4 in this inning belongs to Burley. He'll get charged with 6 in this game. Way outside.
We've well documented the offensive additions that the Toronto Blue Jays have made in the offseason, also revamping their starting rotation. But they've done very little with their bullpen. Jansen, some shoulder surgery last year.
3-1.
He's their closer. Sergio Santos, also some shoulder surgery in the offseason. You got Darren Oliver, he's 42 years old, so John Gibbons going to have to watch that bullpen very closely.
Vila had a big rip there. 3-2 the count. I guess he's hoping that starting rotation they put together can get deep into the games this year.
He sure is, because coming into play today, over a 6 ERA for his starters in 8 games. That's gone up a tick with the 5 that Burley's given up.
And the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, threw the fastball by him. Second out of the inning, and here is Omar Infante, who started the frame with a base hit. Two more hits today from Infante, and he just continues to give Jim Leyland a lot of production out of that 9 spot. Strike one on the outer edge. (18) thrown by Delabar. 11 have missed the strike zone. Popped up behind home plate. Is there room? Yes. As Aaron Sebia hauls it in to end the inning. But it's a big inning for Detroit. 4 big ones on the board. They lead 6-1. Burley done for the afternoon. Bullpen couldn't quelch the problem here, and as a result, Burley in his last 2 outings against Detroit, some really elevated numbers. Delmar had trouble throwing strikes, walked in a couple of runs, gave up a single to Peralta. And so Rick Porcello now has some offense to work with here. And Porcello has been good today. Gave up a run in the 5th. Otherwise, not a whole lot going on for the Blue Jays.
He's thrown a lot of ground balls today. He's kept that ball down in the strike zone.
6 runs on 8 hits for Detroit. A run on 5 hits for Toronto. And Melky Cabrera. Cabrera, then Bautista, and then Encarnacion 2, 3, and 4 for the Blue Jays as we travel to the 6th inning this afternoon on a game that was delayed by 2 hours 29 minutes because of rain. There's a ball outside, 1-0 the count. Melky is 0 for 2, couple of ground balls. Porcello's pitch count in the low 80s, so really still in good shape here. He's scattered 5 hits in this contest. Action in the Detroit bullpen. Darren Downs is the left-handed pitcher. Brian Villarreal is the right-hander. They're both loosening up. Sprayed foul back out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Melky Cabrera.
And wise eye for Jim Leyland to get those 2 up with Porcello having to sit. Quite a bit of time there in the bottom half of the 5th inning.
The Tigers sent 10 men to the plate. Infante hit twice. The 1-2.
low. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Melky. And outside, run the count full. 3-2. Bautista trying to keep loose on deck for the Blue Jays. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Bouncer right back up the middle. It's going to find a hole. Base hit. Leadoff man is on. Back to the studio we go for a game break. And Mickey York. Nice choice. 6-1 is our score here as we play in the 6th inning. And Bautista is the batter. Bautista 0 for 2. Hammers one down to left field. It's going to get down. Dirks will play it on a hop. And holding at second base, Cabrera. And here come the Blue Jays now with back-to-back singles.
Nice job by Andy Dirks in left field, getting over to cut that baseball off to prevent Cabrera from going to third in the stand-up double. And by Bautista. And this ball was absolutely scorched in the left field. He got it on one bounce and got it in into the cutoff man, Johnny Peralta.
We'll bring up Encarnacion, who doubled in his last at bat, which snapped an 0 for 19 skid. Still hitting just 103. Porcello still 1 ground ball away from changing the complexion of this inning. Jays now have 7 hits as Encarnacion watches it go by for ball 1.
And that last fastball location at 90 miles an hour, sinker variety, is just the kind of pitch that can get you that ground ball.
Line drive over the glove of Cabrera. Fair ball down the line. Melky Cabrera will score. Bautista coming to third. That's a double and an RBI in the first 3. Blue Jays have reached here in the 6th.
And might make a decision to go get Porcello here shortly. Very short leash.
By shortly you mean now, because here he comes. Single, single, double. Give Encarnacion his 4th RBI. Now it's a 6-2 game. Another wall side windows pitching change here. So Porcello will depart after 92 pitches. Here comes Darren Downs.
The 6th inning, all 3 of them picked up hits to score a run, so Porcello is done. 5+ innings, 8 hits, 2 earned runs, responsible for the 2 men on the bases. And the Tigers will hand the baseball over now to left-hander Darren Downs.
And Darren Downs pitched some really good baseball when he came up last year for the Tigers from Toledo, and he went into spring training needing to pitch well to win a job, which he did. He's off to a pretty good start here once again in 2013.
Going to get a pinch hitter now for Adam Lind. He will not bat. Mark DeRosa, he's been around a while. In fact, since 1998, broke him with Atlanta. He's going to pinch hit.
Former Ivy League quarterback.
Meanwhile, Downs, when you look at his career splits, really holding lefties to a low average. Righties hitting .250 against him. And the Jays trying to draw a little bit closer with another base hit. 6-2 ball game. First pitch in for a strike. Here's the 0-1. Line drive again over the head of Cabrera. This might get 2 runs in. It will. DeRosa with a pinch hit double to knock in 2. Those will be charged to Porcello, and now it's a 6-4 ball game. Back-to-back hits over the glove of a leaping Miguel Cabrera.
Looked like a changeup that was fading down and away from DeRosa. He went out to get it and still able to pull that ball over the head of Miguel.
I think that long half inning the Tigers had any effect on Porcello?
It could have.
Rick was cruising along, then gave up 3 straight hits, and now Downs has surrendered the 2-run double. Here is J.P. Arencibia. He is the tying run at the plate. Strike 1. Arencibia 1 for 2, single, pop up. Fouled straight back. 0-2 on Arencibia. Beginning to climb the all-time home run list for catchers in Blue Jays history. He is 4th all-time. The leader in their history is Ernie Witt, a native Detroiter. Played his college ball at Macomb Community College. Here's the 0-2. Slicing low and inside. 1-2 the count on Arencibia. Four straight hits for the Toronto Blue Jays. Nubbed right in front of the plate, foul ball. Actually to the left of home plate. And quickly making that call, Dana DeMuth signaled foul. 1-2 the count stays on Arencibia. Limited action last year, played in just 102 games with a broken hand. I'm hoping he stays healthy this year. He will provide some power. Already has. Darren Downs had a marvelous spring making the ball club. Leland with Downs and Smiley and Cope, left-handers in the pen. High fly ball, right center field. Jackson cruising back, runner tagging, catch is made, and Jackson's throw will be cut off. Arencibia is out, move the runner up. First out of the inning. DeRosa gets to third. Here's Colby Rasmus.
Single and 2 at bats, plus a run scored for Rasmus. Ball 1. Along with being very stylish, that long hair will keep your neck warm on a day like today.
Starting to see more and more guys with long hair in the major leagues.
You mentioned Josh Reddick yesterday, and his is really long. Remember Coco Chris? Was that 2 years ago when he let the fro out?
Yeah, I do remember that.
That was huge.
He had that 70s fro going.
Yes, he did.
Think about Josh Reddick. The hair on his chin is nearly as long as the hair on his head.
1-1 is swung out and missed. 1-2.
When they've had success against Rasmus in this series, they've climbed the ladder with good fastballs. If you can get it up there about 90, 92 miles an hour, you might be able to get him to swing and miss.
Fouled off. Almost got him to swing and miss there.
Yep, and they stayed down and away from him. I'd rather see the pitch up in the strike zone, see if you can get him to pop up. If you throw it down, he's going to hit the ball somewhere on the ground up the middle, and he's going to drive in a run. Breaking ball.
Rolled foul. Six runs, 8 hits for Detroit. 4 runs, 9 hits for the Blue Jays. They put together all 4 of their runs in the last 2 innings. Mark DeRosa, big pinch hit, 2-run double. Tightening this one considerably. Low, 2-2. Downs making an opening day roster at the major league level for the first time in his career. He was called up midway through the season last year by Detroit and appeared in 18 games. And it was his good work that certainly put him in good standing heading into spring training, and then he had a really good spring as well. Swing and a miss. Uncomfortable looking strike 3 on Kobe Rasmus. First strikeout for Downs.
70-mile-per-hour lollipop breaking ball from Downs to Rasmus gets him to swing right over the top of it. It's a big out with a runner on third and just 1 out. He's got 1 more huge out to get.
And that would be Meiser Izturis. Switch hitter batting right-handed. Ball 1. Izturis had himself a single back in the third, but eventually erased on a double play. And again, Avilan able to bail his pitcher out. That one bounced in. Dana DeMuth wants to replace it. 2-0 on Izturis. Here's the 2-0. And that's low. 3 balls and no strikes. Bonifacio waiting on deck. He is also a switch hitter. John Gibbons has a couple of switch hitters at the bottom with his Izturis and Bonifacio. Taking on 3-0. It's way outside. Ball 4. So it'll put him at the corners, and also now the time runs aboard. This will be the 8th man to bat in the inning, not before Jeff Jones comes out to the mound. Rick Porcello is cruising along before the 3 hits to start this inning. Hey, by the way, Wednesday, April 24th, the Tigers host the Kansas City Royals. First 10,000 fans receive an April in the D Justin Verlander mini bobblehead courtesy of Fox Sports Detroit. Call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. What's it look like? Let's see. There it is. The bobblehead's the one on the left. 7:08 start time for that one. Well, the Blue Jays now have runners at first and third. 2 outs in a 2-run game. Here's Bonifacio showing bunt, and he drops one down foul. Doubled in a run back in the 5th. He is 1 for 2 today. Bonifacio, most of his experience over in the National League with Arizona, Washington, and Miami. DeRosa, the runner down at third base, is Turris at first. Now it's 0-2. Downs now has thrown 21 pitches since coming on. He went around, strike 3. Bonifacio is out. They will strand a couple. However, they have tightened it up on a chilly afternoon here at Comerica Park. Tigers raced out to a big lead, but the Jays are right back in this one.
The 6th inning, and now time for the Charter Cable High speed stat. Most triples since 2011. Jose Reyes checks in with 28. Austin Jackson also on that list at 21 with Starlin Castro, Shane Victorino, and Dexter Fowler as well.
Well, the Jays have tightened this one up. It is now a 6-4 ball game. And the Blue Jays go right back to the bullpen. Tigers will have the top of their lineup coming up here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the new pitcher for the Blue Jays is a left-hander, Aaron Loup.
He pitched well for them last year in 33 games. He had 21 strikeouts, and he issued just 2 base on balls covering 30 innings.
He slings one home.
Looks like he could be real tough on left-handers throwing across his body.
AJ in the ballgame today, 1 for 3, singled, scored a run way back in the first inning. And a strike called on the outer edge, 1-1. Tigers have scored first in 6 of their first 8 games this year. Jackson now hitting .344 this season. A 1-1 from Luke. Back out of play, 1-2. Does this look give you fits, or is guys really not bothered by this at all?
Right-handers aren't bothered by this because they get a real good look at the baseball because Luke extends that left arm out towards second base, so you can really get a good look at it, but it can be somewhat troublesome for a left-handed hitter against Luke.
Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Here's that delivery. Left-handers, you're getting a real good look at the baseball right now. You can pick up the location. But because he falls so violently off toward the first base side of the rubber, lefties maybe not so much. That is something that Jackson did last year very well. He's done light of it this year. When he's behind the 2 strikes and somehow able to foul off some very good pitchers' pitches, where he didn't do that a couple of years ago and he was kind of swinging and missing a lot.
The 2-2 is a chopper back up the middle. Bonifacio on the backhand. Gonna have to hurry. Safe at first base. Infield hit for Jackson.
Bonifacio doesn't appear to be all that comfortable at shortstop playing for Toronto. He's already made 4 errors this year. Take a look at him start to back up on this ball. Once he takes those 2 steps back, he's throwing off the back foot. He can't get anything on the throw. That allows Jackson a couple of extra steps, then allows him to get himself an infield single. Now take a look at Bonifacio here, backing up on this ball where he clearly had enough time to just come across and get it.
Tigers now have their 9th hit. Infield single as Torrey Hunter stands in, looks at ball 1. 2 for 4 today now for Jackson. Hunter singled in a run in the 5th. Tigers would like to get back some of those runs they gave up in the top of this inning. They gave up 3. Jackson really couldn't get a good jump on Burley at the start of this game. Luke doesn't appear to be much easier to get a jump on. Although Burley one of the best.
Him and Andy Pettit, 2 of the best left-handed moves of all time.
Skied in the air to center field. Rasmus on the run. Still going back. Still going back to the track to haul it in. Jackson was around second, and he will scamper back to the bag. Boy, Torrey hit that a ton.
Good base running by Austin Jackson. That's one of the things that you must do. As you mentioned, get all the way around that bag, because even if Rasmus catches it as he does, if you see the outfielder's numbers, that's a rule of thumb. You can go a little bit further than normal. And once he catches it, all you have to do is retouch second base and then get back to first in plenty of time.
We'll bring up Cabrera. And Miggy takes ball 1 outside. Another good day for Cabrera. 2 more hits, single and a double. And the average now is at a robust .419.
6 hits in the series in the first couple of games against the Blue Jays pitching staff.
One and one. Cabrera started the year by driving in a run in each of the team's first 5 games. Won a Silver Slugger award, as you might expect, last year, but that was his 4th that he's won already. Slides inside and low, 2-1 the count. Loop is out of Tulane University. You
You've got to be smart to go there, don't you?
You sure do. Good school. He's out of Raceland, Louisiana. Inside out swing, sends it foul the other way. 2-2 on Cabrera. Luke got to the big leagues, appeared in 33 games last year for the first time in the major leagues. Done really quality work. Had a 2.64 ERA. In 30 innings, he walked only 2. Listed at 5'11". Make it 3-2.
Earlier in the game, this same situation, runner on first, with 1 out, full count to Cabrera, and Jackson did not run. That was when Burley was on the mound. We'll see if Jim turns him loose with Loop out there.
Drill to center field. Rasmus. 2 outs. So Jackson's still at first base, 2 away. Now an opportunity for Prince Fielder, and we'll see how Prince does against this lefty.
Prince won't give an inch, and he takes ownership of that batter's box as well as any power hitting left-hander in the game. Hit 17 times last year. Keeps that front shoulder locked and loaded, especially against left-handed pitchers.
Ball 1 inside. Prince on base 3 times today, couple of walks, fielder's choice. He has an RBI. Ball outside.
We talked about it at the top of the show today, just how good the Tigers 1 through 4 hitters have been. They have gotten off to a really nice start, and really all 4 guys had good years last year.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to act surprised by the starts these guys have gotten off to. It's just really impressive, though, when you look at the numbers. You got Hunter and Cabrera hitting over 400. Jackson getting on base at a good clip. Fielder driving in runs.
Jackson scoring runs.
Strike call. 3-1. And they've done some good work today. Jackson on base twice. Hunter has a single RBI. A couple of hits for Cabrera. Victor waiting on deck. Little bouncer back up the middle. Bonifacio. Fielder beat it out.
Bonifacio scuffling over there today.
Yeah, he, I think, thought he had a little bit more time, and Fielder was breaking down the line. I thought he was safe, didn't you?
I'd have to get one more look at it, but he should have been out. I mean, that's a routine ground ball to the second baseman. Prince does not get many infield singles, and that's why John Gibbons is so upset right now. Well, it doesn't get any closer than that. I really couldn't tell whether the right foot hit the bag before it got in the glove. It did.
Yeah, you safe.
It did. Good call.
10 Tigers hits. So Prince on base for the 4th time. That keeps the inning going and brings up Victor Martinez, who walked with the bases loaded his last time, picking up an RBI. 10 Tigers hits. They have gone double digits in the hit column each of the first 2 games in this series. They had 15 yesterday, 10 more today. And the 1-0. 2-0 on Victor Martinez.
this was a relatively quiet game up until the 5th, when the two teams combined for 5 runs, and then the Jays got 3 in the 6th. Now Luke finds himself behind 2-0. Being awfully careful to Martinez with the lefty Dirks waiting on deck. Well, we've often talked about how a lot of guys aren't comfortable swinging 3-0, but Victor took a big time rip there.
Yeah, Prince had himself in a 3-0 count as well, and took a fastball right down the middle from Luke. I think Miguel Cabrera and Prince Fielder combined in all of the 3-0 counts they had last year, just one guy swung 3-0.
He swung 3-0. I'm sure he'll be swinging 3-1 if he likes it. Ooh, he took it in the strike call, 3-2. Victor a step toward first base, but no dice. Full count.
Good pitch by Luke.
So move the runners now with 2 outs. And a 3-2 count on Victor Martinez. Fouled off. Slow start for Victor offensively. He does have the bases loaded walk, but otherwise 0 for 2 in this contest. Martinez 3 for 23 as he gets back into the groove after missing all of last year. But in that Yankees series, hits the balls really hard with nothing to show for it. And a high drive into left field. Cabrera going back. And he's going to get there in the gap to haul it in. Again, a hard hit ball, but nothing to show for it for Victor Martinez. The Tigers strand a couple. Missed it by that much. America Bank, a part of Detroit and the community since 1849. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Visit ChevyDetroit.com. See why Chevy drives the Motor City. And by Wallside Windows, the official window company of Fox Sports Detroit. cool, chilly afternoon. Rainy day here in the Motor City. 2-hour, 29-minute rain delay at the start of this one. But Tigers right now will bring a 6-4 lead into the top of the 7th. And Darren Downs goes back to work. He took over for Porcello in the 6th. Top of the order coming up for the Blue Jays. It'll be Reyes, Cabrera, and Bautista. Tigers had a chance. Martinez fly to deep left center field. Luke gets out of the jam. Reyes is 0 for 3. And he looks at ball 1 high. A couple of ground balls and a strikeout for Jose Reyes. Reyes batting right-handed against the lefty. He became a switch hitter at the age of 16. He wanted to make himself a little bit more marketable to the major league teams that were looking at him. And with that speed, it certainly is a good option to have, hitting from both sides. One is fouled off the count. 1-2.
Yeah, Reyes played in a lot of games last year, but his last couple of years in a Mets uniform, he was bothered by hamstring injuries, which kept him on and off the disabled list.
And those with bad backs or bad hamstrings often talk about how difficult it is to play on the turf, which is what they have at Rogers Center.
Bad knees as well. That turf will really beat you up.
Reyes waiting on a 2-2. Fought that one off and broke his back.
What are there, just 2 artificial surfaces now that teams play on in the major leagues, and that would be in Tampa and Toronto?
Those are the 2 that come to mind. I'd have to look at every team, but I think you're right. So they are kind of phasing that out. Used to be in the 70s, they had all those cookie cutter stadiums. St. Louis, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh all had the turf.
And then they had it in places like Kansas City, Montreal.
Make it 3-2 now on Reyes. Yeah, looking down the list, I don't see any other turf fields in the American League. Baseball should be played on grass. Three balls, 2 strikes on Jose Reyes. Broke his bat again. Soft liner caught by Cabrera. So Downs got in his kitchen twice in that at bat. Here is Melky Cabrera. Downs came on in the 6th inning and would end up facing 5 batters in that 6th. Jim Leyland continues to play it by ear depending on the situations of these games as to who will pitch the 8th and 9th. Ooh, look out. Downs goes down. That one sizzles into center field.
And Jim's going to have to go get him now with Bautista coming up. And the right-hander getting loose in his bullpen.
It's going to be it for Downs. Villarreal will be the pitcher coming in.
Throw and duck. You'd have to imagine that anything that gets close to Darren Downs as far as the head is concerned, and maybe bring back some memories of when he was actually hit in the head by
It is time for today's Ace Hardware Scott's fan poll question of the game.
Of these four, what team has improved the most from 2012 to 2013? Is it A, Toronto, B, the Angels, C, Kansas City, D, Cleveland? To enter your vote, text ACE followed by a space, then the letter answer to 37338. Some of those teams have gotten off better starts than others. The Royals are 5-3. Angels are struggling.
I'm going C. I would say that they helped themselves the most, the Kansas City Royals.
Well, here are some of the key acquisitions for those teams.
The Rays, the Royals got exactly what they needed. They got pitching. Shields and Davis and Santana. If they can get Jeremy Guthrie to pitch the same way he pitched after they acquired him from Colorado, because they've got a really good defensive club and they've got a lot of really young, good offensive players. They might have the best defensive club position by position in baseball.
Yeah, I don't know that I'd argue with that. I would definitely agree with that.
I mean, with Hosmer, and you have that kid Escobar at shortstop. You have Stockis, Gordon winning Gold Gloves and left. Francoeur really good at right, and that kid Kane in center to catch a Perez. They might just have the best all-around offensive squad. Defensive squad, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that, as you say, Villarreal is a little bit better today than the last time we saw him.
He'll need to be going up against Bautista. And Bautista has a lightning quick bat, and he can hit anybody's fastball. So even though Villarreal can get up to 97, 98 miles an hour, he'll need to make sure that he locates it in an area where Bautista really can't hit it that hard.
1 on and 1 out, tying run coming to the plate. Bautista is 1 for 3.
Might want to start him off with a slide piece.
Checked it. Fastball, and it's a strike call.
Can't throw a better fastball in the mid-90s and located any better than Villarreal located that last one to Bautista.
Villarreal is such an intriguing option at the back end of the bullpen because of his physical skill. You saw that last fastball mid-90s, that great slider that he has. It's just a matter of consistency. 95 again, but that one missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bautista hit 27 homers last year, but had a wrist injury, missing some time. Had an ankle injury at the start of this season. Missed only 3 games. Way outside of the backstop it goes. Advance the runner. Wild pitch.
Looks like Bautista likes the ball up in the zone as far as where he hits his home runs. 27 last year. And down at the bottom, I guess he doesn't really like that area that much.
No, and like most guys, right down the middle looks pretty good too.
Yes, it does. And inside.
Now he's a base hit away from driving in a run. Here's the 2-1. Good pitch again at 95 on the outer edge. 2-2. Oh, that was a really good pickup by Avila, who had to backhand that ball out of the dirt. He's going to go to 3-2. How do you stop this ball?
Close your eyes and hope it goes in the glove. That's exactly what Alex will tell us he did.
3-2 on Bautista.
walked him. So now the tying runs are on here with 1 out. That is only the second walk issued by Detroit pitching today. The other belongs to Darren Downs. That came in the 6th. Danger time now as Encarnacion stands in. He's had a couple of doubles in this game. Tigers at one point led 6-1. Jays got 3 in the 6th. Now they threaten here in the 7th. Strike 1. Encarnacion came into this game struggling mightily. He was 0 for 19 before doubling in the 4th. There's more action in that Detroit bullpen. Dotel and Phil Coke. Nothing but heaters right now. That last one at 96, 1-1. One out single by Cabrera. That signaled the end for Downs. Villarreal comes in and walks Bautista. 1-2. Tomorrow in the finale, Pfister and Josh Johnson. That's on to Oakland. There's Mr. Pfister.
We're going out to Mr. Pfister's stomping grounds tomorrow.
Yeah, going out to Cali. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Big rip there by Encarnacion. Edwin made the jump from 17 homers in 2011 to 42 last year. Knocked in 110 as well. Good pickup by Avila. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I guess Robinson Cano, once his career's done, he's going to make a pretty good hitting coach, because he advised to Encarnacion last offseason to get rid of the leg kick, get yourself in better balance, don't stride as far. And because of that, the home run numbers went way up. Career year last year for Encarnacion.
Outside, 3-2.
Jim will not watch this too long today either. If Villarreal can't find the strike zone.
Can't really afford to. Full count on Edwin.
Back-to-back full counts.
DeRosa waiting on deck. And the 3-2 with the runners going. It is ball 4. That loads him up. Villarreal comes in, walks a couple of batters. And the skipper getting off his seat. But instead it's going to be Jeff Jones walking out to the mound. That slow walk out to the hill. Things are getting a little bit sticky here in the 7th inning with the bases loaded, 1 out in a 2-run game. Hey, don't forget MLB.com at Bat is the #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Detroit Tigers baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and more. Text at Bat to 31826 or visit Tigers.com for more details. So let's see what happens here. You've got DeRosa, who doubled in 2 in a pinch hitting role in the 6th, coming up there with the bases loaded. And only 1 out. First pitch in for a strike. Pretty good with the bases loaded, I would say. 350 with 5 grand slams. Got him loaded up right now. Here's the 0-1. DeRosa broke in with Atlanta. Has played with Texas, the Cubs, St. Louis, San Francisco, and was in Washington last year. Blue Jays signed him in January of this offseason. Big swing there. A mighty swing at a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Just about every single fastball that Villarreal has thrown since coming into the game has been 96 miles an hour.
Outside. Aaron Sevilla is waiting on deck. Dotel, Koch should both be ready. Low. Now it's gone to 3-2. With only 1 out of the bases loaded. Villarreal got ahead of the count here against DeRosa, but has fallen behind, and no room on the bases. Three-two pitch. He walked it. 3 straight walks out of the bullpen for Villarreal to drive in a run. That makes it 6-5, and that's going to be it. Jim Leland coming out and taking the hook with him, and he's none too pleased right now. So Villarreal gives it up. Aaron Sevilla will be the next hitter, and all of a sudden a 6-1 Tiger lead has just about vanished.
Fifth inning, Mark Burley was on the mound at the time. It was Omar Infante starting off with a base hit. Torrey Hunter also got him a solid single right back up the box. Cabrera followed with a double down in the right field corner to plate 1, and then Burley was lifted from the game. Delabar came in, could not find the strike zone. He walked 3 consecutive batters, walked in 3 runs, and then Johnny Peralta gets himself a bloop single. So the Tigers went on to score a few runs, and it looked like they were putting some distance between themselves and Toronto, but Toronto came back with a 3 spot in the very next inning themselves.
And they are still working here in the 7th as we check out our Comerica Bank game summary. With the Tigers leading at 6-5. Tigers offense, 6 different players with an RBI. Cabrera continues his hot start. Mark Burley not so good today. 4 1/3 and 7 hits, 5 earned runs. Walked 2, and he struck out 2. There is Octavio Dotel coming out of the Detroit bullpen.
Only the 3rd game that Dotel has been in this year. He's given up a few runs, and that's why the ERA is over 10. Does have 1 strikeout, 1 walk, and yielding a .375 batting average.
Well, this one certainly has not been decided, but peeking ahead a little bit. The upcoming pitching matchup tomorrow, presented by Gordon Chevrolet. It's going to be Josh Johnson, who comes over from the National League, and Doug Fister for Detroit.
Well, the Toronto Blue Jays are hoping for big things from Josh Johnson, who at one time over in the National League pitching for Florida, boy, they thought he was going to be a top of the rotation guy to win 15 games a year.
Tommy John surgery, elbow, or I should say shoulder problems as well. Johnson rebounded with decent numbers last year. He'll be on the hill tomorrow for the Jays. So they're loaded up. One run is in to make it 6-5, and here is J.P. Arencibia. Dotel's got to come out of the bullpen throwing strikes here. 3 straight walks by Villarreal. First pitch is popped up, but it's heading back toward the seats. Cabrera will give it a look. Four walks for the Tigers bullpen today. Dotel came out of the bullpen 57 times for the Tigers last year. Driven toward the gap in left center field. Jackson on the run, looks up, it's over his head and up against the wall. This might clear the bases, and it will. Arencibia with a 3-run double, and the Blue Jays have come all the way back.
And Blue Jays came into action today, batting just 135 with runners in scoring position, who was good for 29th in Major League Baseball. But they have started to perk up here today, and you knew it was just a matter of time before some of these guys started to swing the bats the way that they were capable of swinging the bats.
Second hit today for Arencibia. 3 RBIs, gives him 7 for the year. All 8 of their runs in the last 3 innings after the Tigers had raced out to a 6-1 lead. It's now 8-6 Toronto. And all 3 of those runs charged to Villarreal. All 3 of the walks here in the 7th inning coming around to score. Still only 1 out. Waving a miss by Rasmus. 1-1. He is 1 for 3. Single. Run scored. Off the end of the bat foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We've had 22 hits, or make it 21 hits in this game, and 14 runs. Villarreal again for the 2nd straight time coming out of the Tigers pen just did not have it. He walked Bautista, Encarnacion, DeRosa. Got him on the outside corner. Breaking ball. Rasmus frozen and caught looking. 2 gone. Bring up Meiser as Turris. It's the 2nd straight inning that the Jays have sent 8 men to the plate. Ball 1. That's it for a strike. 1-1 on his Turris. One of those days where Rick Porcello was pitching well. Tigers scored 6 runs, but Rick ran into trouble in the 6th, giving up 3 straight hits, and the bullpen unable to slow down the Blue Jay bats that were struggling coming in. Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball on the ground is short. Peralta 2 steps to his right, and that will finally end the inning, but it's a big one. Toronto scores 4. Let's go to the stretch. It has been a wild one here this afternoon at Comerica Park, and a game delayed by 2.5 hours just about at the start because of rain. It's now 8-6 Blue Jays. The Blue Jays coming back from a 6-1 deficit. The new pitcher on now for Toronto is a left-hander. Brett Cecil is in.
Yeah, Cecil has done some nice work out of their bullpen. He also is a spot starter for John Gibbons. He can do it either way. 8 strikeouts already this year in limited pitching time against 3 base on balls.
Dirks grounds the first one right at first baseman DeRosa. 1 out. That'll bring up Johnny Peralta.
John Gibbons going to try to piece this one together with Cecil. They also have Sergio Santos. And they also have Jansen in their bullpen, their closer.
Johnny in the ball game today with 2 hits plus an RBI. Checked it down low, 1-0. Cecil last year appearing in 21 games. Elevated ERA of 5.72. On Peralta. 6 runs on 10 hits has not been enough for Detroit today. They're down 8-6 in the 7th. Missed it outside. The count goes to 3-0. There is Avila waiting on deck. And a strike called. Hammered to left field, base hit. Over there to get it is Cabrera. And he's going to hold Peralta to a single. It's 3 hits today for Johnny. Going to give the Tigers 11 hits. Also going to bring the tying run to the plate, Alex Avila. Blue Jays are still going to have to go through the middle of that Tigers lineup at least one more time. Avila is 0 for 3, couple of grounders, one resulting in a double play. Way outside, Aaron Sevilla has to smother it.
Nice block by Aaron Sevilla. Getting over there, smothering the breaking ball. Letting it hit the chest protector and bounce right in front of him. You can't do it any better than that.
Avila looks at a ball low. 2-0 the count. And now Cecil has gone behind in the count on 2 straight hitters, and that's going to bring the conversation. Pete Walker, the pitching coach, coming out. And he's going to talk it over now with Brett Cecil. First season as the pitching coach for the Jays.
We've seen a lot of them in this series.
Esmiel Rogers warming up. Walker was their bullpen coach last year, played 8 seasons in the minor leagues.
Pat Henkin, now their bullpen coach.
Familiar name,
yeah,
to those in this area. Frazier's own Pat Henkin. So it's 2-0 on Alex Avila. And it's in there for a strike. There's Mr. Henkin trying to keep warm out there in the bullpen.
Tough to do today.
Checked it.
They'll appeal. Did not go.
That last phone call to Henkin down in that bullpen was to see if the right-hander Rogers would be ready for Omar Infante.
There's Omar lurking on deck. So now let's see what Avila gets on 3-1 here. He'll cut it loose, and he sends a high drive into right. Back to the track, to the wall to make the catch. Bautista had it all the way. Still a few feet short, and there are 2 gone. That would have tied it up had it gone just a little bit further. Now Infante. Omar, a couple of singles. He's not going to run today. Ball 1 outside. This has been a game that has featured 3 bases loaded walks. Delabar had 2 of them in the 5th for the Blue Jays, and 1 for Villarreal in the 7th. And now 2-0 on Infante. Omar now in the young season has driven in 3 and hits that one off the end of the bat. 2-1. Again, the Tigers came into this game leading the American League in team batting average. Offensively off to a pretty nice start. .298 coming in. They've done nothing to damage that with 11 hits. There's a ground ball to short. And they'll go the short way for the force. Inning is over. 7 in the books here at Chile Comerica Park. It's 8-6 Jays. It's 8-6 is our score. 8 runs, 11 hits for Toronto. 6 runs on 11 hits for the Tigers here this afternoon. At one point, Tigers led 6-1. But the Blue Jay bats erupting in the last 2 innings. Octavio Dotel will try and get the Tigers through the 8th. And again, these 2 teams square off tomorrow before the Tigers hit the West Coast on a 3-city tour. Emilio Bonifacio will start things off for the Toronto Blue Jays.
And Blue Jays will head over to play the Kansas City Royals.
Royals at 5-3, winning 5 of their first 8 to start 2013.
Bonifacio looks at a strike. RBI double back in the 5th, 1 for 3 for Bonifacio. It was his first RBI of this new season. Right back to the mound. Dotel able to flip it over there for the out. One gone. Is Octavio okay? I would say not doing so good right now. Kevin Rand's going to come out to take a look at him, but I think it's only going to take some time.
Yeah, I don't think Kevin can help him out with this one.
Ooh. Nope, not at all. Deep breaths and walk it off. The skipper coming out to the mound as well.
He can't help him either.
No. Unfortunately, there's no magic potion for this. The question is whether or not Dotel will continue here.
I guess if he could laugh about it, we could laugh about it too.
Having some fun with Torrey. It's always funny to the other guy, isn't it?
Especially the outfielders.
So Dotel stays in the game. He's going to face Jose Reyes, but they're going to give him a couple of warm-up pitches. Seems to be okay. Even Reyes getting a kick out of it. Everybody right now getting a laugh at the expense of Octavio Dotel. He says, all right, let's go. So here's Reyes. Tigers have done a good job to this point of keeping him off the bases. He is 0 for 4, but it's been the middle of their lineup that has done the damage. And Reyes watches it into the glove for ball 1. Reyes last year at one point, it was about the middle of the summer, put together a 26-game hitting streak. He slaps that one foul. And that was the longest in the majors last year. Signed that 6-year deal with the Florida Marlins, expected to be there for the next 6 seasons. Didn't work out that way, and then was traded to the Blue Jays. As the Marlins cleaned house. Another foul back out of play.
Do you know how aggressively the Blue Jays, the Mets went after him and tried to sign him after he left, before he left as a free agent?
I do not. I do not. But this guy is one dynamic player. Ball outside.
He won a batting title in 2011 before he left as a free agent to sign with Miami.
Here's the 2-2. In the dirt. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Jose Reyes. Led the National League in stolen bases 3 times. Stole as many as 78 bags in a year. That was in 2007 with the Mets. And the 3-2 pitch. Rifle to right, base hit. It's a 1-out single. His first hit of this game.
Let's take a look at the Jimmy John's freaky fast delivery of the game, and it's courtesy of Aaron Sebia, their catcher, who got himself a fastball with the bases loaded and doubled and cleared the bases after Dotel came in the ball game last half inning.
Here's Melky Cabrera. His last 2 at-bats have been good. A couple of singles, a couple of runs scored. In fact, he started both rallies in the 6th and 7th when the Jays got 3 and then 4.
Jose Reyes over at first base has the green light. Should he choose to steal second?
And there he goes. And it's fouled off.
If you were Reyes, you're hoping that Cabrera would take at least one, realizing the situation to allow you to steal a base.
Here he goes again. Nope. He put on the brakes.
Wisely, he did not have a good jump that time. Comes the throw over.
Reyes 3 out of 3 this year in stolen base attempts. Love to give him down there in scoring position, extend this 2-run lead. Over 400 stolen bases. Here are the actives under 30. The leaders in that category: Reyes, Ramirez, Upton, Ellsbury.
Almost 200 over Ramirez. I didn't realize Hanley had that kind of speed, to be honest with you.
Me either. Meanwhile, it's gone to 3-1 on Melky Cabrera. Mr. Albuquerque heating up. Runner goes. And it's fouled away, 3-2. There is Bautista waiting on deck. Reyes on the run, and ball 4. That's another walk for the Tigers bullpen. Five walks for the Tigers pen in this game. And the Jays trying to break it open now after the Tigers broke it open early with a 6-1 lead. And this guy has the ability to do it. Jose Bautista walked, a single and 2 runs scored today. Checked his swing, strike called. Up with the right hand goes Dana DeMuth. There have only been 2 players in Major League history with 50 wins, 100 saves, and 1,000 strikeouts. Dotel and Mariano Rivera. Breaking to third is Reyes, and it's fouled back out of play.
It gives you an idea of the baseball instincts that Reyes does have. You've got one of your more dangerous hitters standing in the batter's box, but yet still enough confidence to steal third base. He stole third base 11 times last year in 14 attempts.
With this guy up here, you better make it, right?
Absolutely.
And Dotel will keep a closer eye on him this time, bluffing him back in the bag. Tigers today have been out hit 12-11 as we play in the 8th. They're down 8-6.
Popped up foul, back out of play. Dotel replaced Villarreal, who came out of the pen in the 7th and walked all 3 hitters he faced. One of them with the bases loaded. Oh, 2 on Jose Bautista. There he goes again. Both runners going. Swing and a miss. And no throw by Avila.
It looked like none of the infielders vacated their positions to go cover the bag on the double steal, where many players are getting rid of this high leg kick. Not Bautista. What a pitch by Octavio Dotel.
One more big hitter to get, though, and that would be Encarnacion. Breaking ball spins in for a strike. 0-1. Been a nice day for Encarnacion. 2 doubles, walk, RBI. Not bad for a guy that came in 2 for his first 27 this year. Here's the 0-1. Missed it in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dotel has pitched for 13 different teams, the Tigers being his 13th. Now 1-2. In fact, Dotel just might get to a milestone this year. He needs 45 more appearances to reach 800 in his career. 800 appearances.
Longevity. Blessed with good health.
And the 1-2. Got him, strike 3. Well, that's a big strikeout. Encarnacion is out of there. They're going to strand a couple of runners, and this strikeout keeps it a 2-run game. To get away, they will face the veteran left-hander Darren Oliver, who comes on.
We saw Darren Oliver yesterday, not off to a very good start this year. But he was very good out of that Toronto Blue Jays bullpen, last season.
And so here come the Tigers, top of the order. Austin Jackson leads it off and looks at ball one.
At age 42, John Gibbons was telling me before the game today that Oliver is one of those guys he's going to have to really keep a close eye on.
Oh, right back up the middle. It's going to roll to the first baseman.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
Where'd it get him?
He called for the trainer. Must have got him in a spot that is not very good. Elbow, maybe. Sure did. Right off the left elbow.
How much does that have to hurt on a day like today? He's got to be screaming right now. Square on the elbow. So Oliver will be given a couple of tune-up tosses here. He'll be facing Torrey Hunter in an 8-6 game. Darren Oliver is 42 years old, born in Kansas City. Big league career began a long time ago in 1993 with the Texas Rangers. Oliver back in the day with Texas when he came up was a starter. Had some really good years out of the Angels bullpen. Doesn't really look convinced that he's good to go here. It's quite a few warm-up pitches he took, but he's remained in the game. So here is Torrey Hunter, a single and 4 at bats plus an RBI. Three hits between the two squads today. 12 for the Jays, 11 for the Tigers. And Hunter looks at strike one. Torrey's hit safely in his last 5. This single back in the 5th made it 3-1 Detroit. They added 3 more runs in that inning. Their biggest inning, a 4-run 5th. Hunter bunts one foul at home plate, and now the count is 1-2.
Torrey told me that he will attempt to bunt on occasion to get Miguel Cabrera to the plate, especially if Miguel represents the tying run, and that's exactly what we would have witnessed had he gotten that bunt down. Torrey a little upset with himself because his tourist was giving him a lot of room down at third base.
Driven to center field. Rasmus going back. Long run. Second straight at bat that Torrey's hit one hard out the deep center. 2 up, 2 down here in the 8th. Going to bring up Cabrera. Two more hits today for Miguel. Single, double, run scored. In there for strike one.
Miguel singled in his final at bat yesterday against Oliver to left field, driving in a run.
High strike, 0-2. Well, Mr. Fox Tracks agrees with Dana Demuth. Good call. The 0-2. A little bit outside. Oliver has appeared in at least 60 games each of the last 4 years. Cabrera grounds it to third right at his Turris. His long throw bounces in, but a nice backhanded play by DeRosa. And the Tigers go 1-2-3. We go to the ninth. You can catch the Pistons. Still be on Fox Sports Detroit Plus. The Pistons and Cavaliers. Right now, if you tuned in for Pistons basketball, we've had a long day here, so we have spilled over into the Pistons time. 2-hour, 29-minute rain delay here at the ballpark this afternoon, and a slowly paced game after it got started. But Pistons and Cavs right now on Fox Sports Detroit Plus. Tigers back to the bullpen, and Phil Coke will pitch tonight.
And Burley started for Toronto, and Porcello started for the Tigers, and both guys were working rather quickly out there. But once they departed the game, as you mentioned, this one slowed down to a snail's pace.
Screeching halt. Numbers on Phil Coke, his 4th appearance this year. Phil trying to get those numbers down as ERA is elevated. Jim Leyland watched his team build a 6-1 lead in this one, but 3 in the 6th, 4 in the 7th for the Blue Jays. Tiger pen unable to hold it today, at least to this point. Phil Coke ready to go to work. It'll be Mark DeRosa to lead things off. Meanwhile, there's activity in the Toronto Blue Jays pen. Casey Janssen warming up. He is their closer. See right now what kind of lead the Blue Jays will have going into the bottom of the ninth. Coke delivers a strike, fastball, outer edge, 0-1. Checked it, strike called, 0-2. Really important, Rod, I think, for Coke to have a clean inning here. Obviously not only for the effect they would have on this game, but to get him a little confidence back.
No doubt about that. And he needs to get back to letting that fastball go in the mid-90s. Make some good pitches with the breaking ball and the changeup.
High pop-up. Left side of the infield, Cabrera and Peralta. Johnny makes the catch.
And there's a breaking ball that he was able to tie DeRosa up with 2 strikes. You can see the breaking ball grip, and he pulls it down nicely in front of his body.
We'll bring up J.P. Arancibia. And the other guy that needs to get some confidence back now is Brian Villarreal, who was throwing with tremendous velocity today, but he just could not find the strike zone. He walked 3 in the 7th inning.
Wave and a miss. 0-1 on Arancibia. Big hit back in the 7th. Double knocked in 3. 1 ball, 1 strike. Have to go foul. The other guys we don't talk much about that really have to work on concentrating on a cold day like today, the umpiring crew. I mean, aside from the home plate umpire who's up and down with every pitch, the base umpires are awfully chilly out there.
They're not moving around like the players are. They're pretty much standing in one spot.
Angelo Hernandez all covered up down at first. The 1-2. Got him. Strike 3.
Good fastball by Cope. He buried that fastball inside the Arancibia at 92 miles an hour.
6 strikeouts for the Tigers bullpen in this game. That'll bring up Colby Rasmus. Tigers bottom of the 9th will feature fielder Martinez. Dirks due up. Rasmus has struck out each of his last 2 at-bats. 1 for 4 today. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Rain still falling here at the ballpark. Really kind of amazing after that long rain delay. We were able to get as much of this game in as we have. There's a lot of rain in the area. They've played through some of it. Swing and a miss. Down he goes, and Phil Coke with an easy 1-2-3 inning. 7 strikeouts for the Tigers bullpen in this game.
Back to the Blue Jays 6th inning, a solid single right back up the middle by Melky Cabrera, followed by a knock to left field by Bautista, and Encarnacion chipped in as well. And then Darren Downs gave up a big double to the pinch hitter DeRosa. And after the Tigers took a 6-1 lead going into the 6th, the Blue Jays were able to get to 6-4 in that inning.
And right now on Fox Sports Detroit Plus, you can catch the Pistons and the Cavaliers from Cleveland. Here we have the Tigers coming up in the bottom of the 9th inning, down by a couple. And the the Tigers will have to come back against their closer with the rain falling here. Casey Jansen.
Man, Jansen, not a hard thrower. 3 strikeouts so far this year. Has not walked anybody. That's his MO. And the league is hitting 143 against Jansen.
Fielder looks at a strike as we begin things in the bottom of the 9th.
Jansen had 22 saves last year out of that Toronto Blue bullpen.
Fielder has walked a couple of times in this game, has an infield hit as well. One ball and 1 strike. 8 runs, 12 hits. Toronto, 6 runs, 11 hits. Detroit. Jansen's 1-1. In there, strike 2 called. And the 1-2. Got him. Strike 3. Prince doesn't like it. He is punched out by Dana DeMuth. He's going to let him know about it before he leaves.
Well, just like we promised you earlier in the game, it is Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And there's that guy once again, Aaron Sebia. Well, the bases clearing double.
Victor Martinez with 1 out. Need a base runner to bring the tying run up.
Lots of fastballs from Jansen. Well-located fastballs, anywhere from 87 to 91 miles an hour. He had to get his shoulder cleaned up in the offseason as well. Not a major surgery, but still had to go get cleaned up.
Saved 22 ball games last year and 62 appearances for Toronto.
He works awfully quick, too. Victor Martinez had to step out of the batter's box to slow him down.
Looks fidgety on the mound. Rocking back and forth. Here's the 1-1. 1-2. The rain getting a little bit heavier now. Jansen ahead of the count again. Got him. Strike 3 on the outer edge, and now we'll get another argument.
He can spot that fastball. Victor a little bit more animated than Prince Fielder, and it appears that Victor had a beef here. That ball appeared to be a couple of inches off of home plate. Xfinity tells us that Jansen has gotten to 89, and the slowest fastball he's thrown has been 88.
Location, location, location. Dirks looks at a ball, 1-0. Andy batting with 2 outs, nobody on. Need a base runner here. And a strike call. And Dirks shakes his head and walks out of the box. And now the skipper getting a little bit annoyed as well.
Well, you got to give Aaron Sebia some credit. Also Jansen. Aaron Sebia continues to put that glove on the outside corner. And Jansen continues to thread the needle, getting the call from Dana DeMuth.
Line to third. Torres is there, and the Jays even up the series as they beat the Tigers today by a final score of 8-6. Let's send you to the Coliseum Studios now and Mickey York.